Hello everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you all. Welcome to the stream and to another day in Azeroth. Hope everybody is doing fantastic this Saturday. Amy, Drew, Wayne, Dragonsbane, Highshub, Jobons, Larry, Monica, Towin, Chaos, Shadowwolf, Perkwitch, Lisa, Jeremy, Dedrick. Welcome everyone. What is new? What is good, guys?
Hey there. See you around.
Greetings. Go with honor, friend. Light bless you.
It's nice to see green things again after Hellfire. You're not wrong.
Hello. Safe travels.
John Rex, welcome to the stream, buddy. Yeah, I decided over the last few days that when we're leveling a character in Outland, I need to have an alt. I can't do all Outland all the time, 5, 6, 7 days for 5, 6, 7 hours. I just can't do it. It's too much Outland. And so this is our alt. This is what we're going to play probably for like half of the days. During the week, I'll probably try to split the streams a little bit. So we do a little bit of one character in the morning and a little bit of the other character in the afternoon. See how that works. See how we like that. And if we don't like splitting up the day, then we can just do alternate days. But I kind of like the idea of splitting up most of the days. Eight out of 10 streamers play warrior, yeah. You've never seen anybody play a priest. I've played many priests. We have a level 38 priest that I leveled for a while on this server. I play lots of different classes, but warrior is one of my favorite classes, so I often gravitate back towards it. Lael, welcome to the stream, and thanks for joining us today. When we do 5-man content, we're gonna tank. That's why it was either gonna be this or a paladin. And since we just did a paladin to like level 66 or 67, however far she got, I thought, let's do a warrior instead. A lot less people like warrior in TBC. It's harder to tank on it. Paladin and Druid are much easier to push the tanking buttons. Now, I did send myself some bags, and I did send myself a little bit of gold. I obviously don't have piles of gold, but I sent us enough to give us a little bit of a start. Also, I want to do jewel crafting on this character. I have to go to Exodar for jewel crafting stuff, don't I? Like, I can't learn jewel crafting in Stormwind. So we might have to do some questing out of Azure Watch. We'll at least have to go that way early on. And so I sent us a bunch of ore and a bunch of copper that we actually mined on the priest. And I'm hoping that'll give our mining and our jewel crafting a little bit of a boost. Because it really needs a boost early. I'll put the belt on. I'll put the pants on. Put the boots on. There we go. Now we're gonna go mining and jewel crafting. I know. We probably, if I was smart, I probably would just go Herbalism and Alchemy. Because I know I can level that up. I don't know, what do you guys think? I'm already second guessing myself. I don't know. I know that jewel crafting would be great to have. I know it's going to be really daunting. And like I said, I have some ore and stuff for us. I didn't have as much as I thought I should have. I think I smelted a lot of it on the priest to keep our mining skill up, and I probably shouldn't have smelted as much as I did. Tailoring and enchanting. Oh no. You save that recommendation for the warlock, and when we play it, and I'll still turn it down. I know I can't do enchanting. There's too many clicks with enchanting, because you have to click the enchant, click the gear, override the current enchant, click the enchant. You know, it's like too many clicks. You can't let it run and walk away from it. So I know I can't do enchanting. Yeah, so then the only jewel crafting trainer in TBC is at the Exodar. Oh dear. Maybe jewel crafting is better suited to like a Draenei Paladin. Maybe we'll do a Draenei Paladin eventually. Maybe that'll be a character better suited to being a jewel crafter. Maybe this character should be an alchemist and an herbalist. Potions are really going to help us out as we level, and in the long run they'll help a lot too. We know we can do Herbalism Alchemy and be successful at it, you know? Karen, good evening to you and welcome to the stream. Maybe we will do Herbalism Alchemy. A couple of things I want to really focus on this character. I want to really focus on keeping all of our weapon skills up. I didn't do a really good job with that on our last pally. I let a bunch of weapon skills just completely slip away, and that really made my life a living nightmare later on.
How are you?
And so the name of the game is going to be variety. Anytime I get a weapon that I want to level up, we're just going to have to stash it and then remember to use it as soon as we can.
Have a good one.
I don't want anything to fall behind. A warrior with alchemy, it sounds like a witcher. Yes. Doesn't it though? That's what I always think about when I run a warrior with alchemy. Like a witcher popping their free potions, right? It's a pretty cool vibe. How's the music and the sound effects and everything, guys? Is everything sounding okay? Music looks good. Sound effects might be a little quiet. Things are good? Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Oh my god, my inventory's full. Let's see. Oh, nope. Anything else I can equip? Not really. What about the shield? Ooh, the shield is better. Swap the shield out. I think that's it, though.
I supply only the finest goods.
Perfect. We don't need the water. Don't need the recruit shirt.
Be careful.
Mr. Santa, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good day with the family.
Go with honor, friend. For the Alliance, well met. Go with honor, friend.
Let's go talk to our class trainer. We'll get level 2 stuff.
You need something? Have a good one for the Alliance. What can I do for you? See you around.
Good day to you. See you around.
Shrinkle, I don't know what my plans are for ESO, buddy. The game did not grab me like I hoped it would. So, I don't know. It's one of those cases where I wish I would jump in and have a great time and get totally wrapped up in it, but it just didn't happen. And I'm starting to learn that there's more to immersion than just how difficult or how long combat takes. And I hope companies figure it out one day. Like, whatever it is that created immersion and, like, just fun times in older school games that just doesn't really exist in new MMOs. I hope one day they figure it out. Yeah, that's like, yeah, exactly. And so, like, the combat being harder doesn't get me more immersed in the combat, because all it feels like, it just feels like I have to push more buttons. More immersion didn't really get created. Like, it just feels like, well, okay, now I have to push more of these buttons more frequently. that's not really what I want either. I think when you design a game from the ground up, you design it for certain kinds of immersion, or you design it without immersion. And I don't think combat difficulty is going to play a big role in how immersive a game feels to somebody. Yeah, that's how I am with it. I really love the stories and the characters that I've seen in ESO, but just something about the moment-to-moment gameplay and like just playing the game, it doesn't grab me. It sounds stupid, but if you took WoW Classic's combat system and you pasted it into the ESO world, I feel like I'd have a much better time. It's like, for me, this kind of world is meant to be played with like this kind of combat. And this kind of combat is very like specific, right? Like tab targeting combat, but not just tab targeting combat. Combat that like lets you auto attack sometimes. Like I don't want to have to click to get my guy to swing their sword. That's not really what I want when I want like a big open world immersive game, because I want to be able to sit and play it for 7 hours if I want to, and I'm gonna get sick of clicking my mouse clicker after only a couple hours. I'm not gonna want to do that all day. And so to really sink into this kind of game, I need the combat to be something like this. And this is not a style of combat that we see in modern games. And in fact, all modern MMOs are moving away from this style of combat. So yeah, I don't know. It's a bummer, but it is what it is. I'll just patiently wait for Classic Plus. Yeah, I feel like ESO was probably a much better game when it first came out. I played it when it first came out in 2013 or whenever that was. And I got into it for a while. I got my character to like level 20 or something, and I remember the game feeling vastly different. And then when I jumped back in, like, you know, it must have been 7, 8, 10 years later, I jumped back in, it just like, it didn't feel at all like I remembered it. Because in my mind, it felt almost more just like a traditional Elder Scrolls game. But when I jump back in, it's very much just a streamlined modern MMO. And this is never more evident than when you open a menu. When I open a menu in a video game, any video game really, but especially an immersive open world MMORPG, I don't want to see a store. I don't want to see anything that looks like advertisements. I don't want to see anything talking about currencies I can buy. When I open my character menu in an MMORPG, I just want to see my character sheet. And ESO is awful about, like, every time you open a menu, it looks like they're advertising to you and trying to sell you stuff. And, I mean, if you want to get me unimmersed from a game quicker, go ahead and open a shop in front of me. And I will disengage with the game faster than you can blink. Maybe people are just used to that kind of stuff, but I definitely don't appreciate it in my MMORPGs. Yeah, you start at level 1 and your armor, you already have 2,000 armor and so many stats. New players get very confused. Yeah, it's not even just that you get confused, but what you learn right away is that the numbers don't mean anything. You immediately learn to ignore all the numbers, all the stats. You ignore everything as a new player because you get into it and right away, like, you know it doesn't make sense to you. You know it's been growing and growing and growing for 10, 15 years, however long the game's been out now. What is it, like? Almost 15 years, I guess. And because of that, you're not going to understand what's going on. You have stats. They don't matter. Maybe once you put 100 hours into the game, your stats will start to matter, but that makes it so boring to engage with. And harder difficulty doesn't do anything to fix any of those problems about how the game feels to play. Higher difficulty just makes it so you have to click your buttons more. I don't know. It's impossible to get into these older MMOs. These older MMOs that became modern MMOs, and I'm speaking like just mainly of ESO, Final Fantasy XIV, and Guild Wars 2. It's impossible to get into them. To get into them, you needed to get into them from the ground up. You needed to be around in like maybe year 1 to year 3.
What can I do?
The first 3 years of an MMORPG, that's the best time to get into it if you actually want to enjoy it and play it over the long term. Because you have to be there as it changes. You have to be there as it grows. You have to learn things about it as it changes. That's the only way you're ever going to be able to enjoy it. If you're coming in 10 years after an MMO has opened up, like, you're not going to have a good time. It's going to be very hard for you to ever understand the things you need to understand. And by the time you do all that, you might be completely disinterested because of all the intellectual effort it took just to comprehend basic things about the game in order to play it. So in other words, I guess I'll wait for the next new MMO, whether that's WoW Classic Plus, or you know, maybe Pantheon will get it together and they'll release a 1.0 eventually. That's not garbage. Like, who knows? Anything could happen.
See you later.
Rend and charge. Let's do that.
What can I help you with?
They should remake EverQuest. See if people like that. But in the meantime, they should do. We need to have like a Final Fantasy 14 Classic. They could just make classic versions of all the current MMOs and they'd probably be a better new player experience. Like, give me ESO Classic, Final Fantasy 14 Classic, and Guild Wars 2 Classic, and I'll go play those games. Because then it's gonna be much more enjoyable to play them in that state. Give them to me when they were still RPGs. I want to play them when there were still RPG qualities that have not been completely streamlined out of them. Those are the games that I want to play. Heirlooms don't exist in WoW until Wrath. In Wrath, they start to introduce some pieces of heirloom gear. Heirlooms are great to have once you can get them. Especially if you're somebody that likes to level lots of alts. David, welcome to the stream, man. Sorry I missed you during my ranting. CNET, welcome to the stream, man. Hope you're doing well today. Thanks for joining us. I gotta move some things in my interface here. Ooh, that's right. Okay. I wonder. Not really a lot I can do with that. Maybe I don't have any better options. I want to make some changes with my UI. I'm just not sure exactly what I want to do. That's not it. Okay, I'll think about it later. Guess I won't mess with it now. We're not even here. That's sort of even. Okay. Maybe I can just move everything down a bit. Oh, that's why I can't move stuff down. I don't really need that there. I'll go back to like the traditional setup for that. Let's do that. And we can move some things down. I don't mind that being a little bigger. We're gonna move it down out of the way a bit. Oops. Something like that. There we go. Let's leave it like that for now. Oh, that's nice. 63 armor, don't mind if I do. You'd make the font size smaller on Questy? Well, you probably have better eyesight than I do. I can barely read it like it is. Nah, I'm mainly concerned about my field of view. My field of view here is fine. Like, I don't like where this is. Like, you know how I like to rotate my camera around, right? Like, I don't like how this is kind of blocking, like, right where the enemy is when I rotate my camera. That's the part that's really bothering me. It's just like a little visual annoyance, but like, now that I've seen it, I can't, like, unsee it. I wonder if there's, like, something better I can do with this. Well, that's almost perfect. Now it's not aligned with the character frame, and that might annoy some people. Doesn't really bother me. The slow leveling palette cleanser. I mean, warriors aren't that slow. I don't think they're that slow. I think the priest leveling was like the ultimate form of slow leveling. Like if you really, really want slow, steady leveling, then the priest is the way to go. Because you can't move very fast, but there's not a lot of variance in how fast you do move. Your kill rate is exactly the same from fight to fight.
What are you looking for? For the Alliance. What can I do for you? Light bless you. For the Alliance. Light bless you. Go with honor, friend.
Yeah, keeping up with the weapon skills. Yeah, I talked about that a little bit earlier. That's one of my big goals for this character, is making sure we're leveling up all of our different weapon types. We're gonna need everything. We're gonna need two-handers, we're gonna need one-handers, we're gonna need every type of weapon. Everything that we can level up must be leveled up. Staffs, daggers, fist, it doesn't matter what it is. Like, I never want to get to a point where I get something that looks like an upgrade, but I choose not to use it because I simply don't have enough skill with it. So, yeah, we're gonna have a high focus on skilling up our weapon types. Switching weapon types frequently. We'll probably start off with thrown weapons, but eventually we'll get like a bow or something with stats on it. But we should get some thrown weapons early. Do we come with thrown weapon skill, or do we have to train that? Oh, we come with no ranged weapon skills. We have to train everything. I don't even know where one trains thrown weapons. Unless that's just like by default we can use them. They're trained in Ironforge. Okay. Cool. I gotta change my description too, because I think I decided to go Herbalism Alchemy on this one. Yeah, we're gonna do Herbalism and Alchemy. There we go. And I set myself a little bit of gold, so as soon as we can, we're going to go to Stormwind, we're going to go to Ironforge, and we're going to make sure that we learn all of the weapon skills that we can as early as we can. That way, when we find something or get something, we don't have to say, well, you know, that'd be nice to equip, but we just don't have the skill. What are we going to be missing by not going out to Narcissus? We're not going to have staffs. We need to make sure we can do staffs. Oh, a green pouch. Don't mind if I do. That's a nice little tide me over. Yeah, bows. I was thinking more for like primary weapons. I think the only thing we lose is staffs. What happened to the Elf Warrior? The Night Elf Warrior from the recorded series? I haven't been doing recorded episodes because I've been streaming every day. I go through phases. So if I'm streaming every day, I'm usually not also doing a recorded series. And if I'm putting out a recorded series every day, I'm typically not also streaming. Unfortunately, the way the YouTube algorithm works, you can't do both. I can't put out recorded content on a day that I stream. It just hurts all of the content, which then hurts the channel, which then hurts the community. Because we don't grow. We don't find new people. And so if I'm streaming, I'm not working on recorded stuff or thinking about recorded stuff for the most part. Unless something really special comes out. Would be the only time I would try to double up on like a big recorded series and streaming 7 days a week.
You need something?
Alright, so we could go with the mace here to make sure that we start skilling up the mace. The two-hander we can't do yet. Let's go with the one-handed mace.
See you later.
And we'll start working on some skill with that.
Safe travels. Have a good one.
King's honor, friend. Be careful.
Hello. Safe travels. See you later.
The size of the weapons and the shield is so nice after the Blood Elf Paladin. And like every single weapon we equip being like shrunk down to like toy size. Like, I remember every time we'd equip a new sword on the Pally, it would look like a dagger. Every time we equipped a two-handed sword, it looked like it should be a one-handed sword. I really wish they wouldn't have done that with the scaling for the Blood Elf weapons. It makes them like less appealing as melee classes. Ooh, we need things here. We need class colors. We need power bars. Ow. A werewolf, I get all that, man. I'm not most streamers. And I just kind of do what I want. I just kind of do what's fun, and I don't worry about the rest. And I don't really worry about what other people do or don't do. What I do is I try to figure out what works for me. Like, what works for me? What do I enjoy? And what works for me? And that's all I tend to worry about. Lots of people do lots of different things. People approach everything differently. CNET, what's up, man? Ooh. You're looking badass, my friend. Absolutely bad. Mage Weave bags? I sent myself a couple of 10 slotters, but I'll take some 12 slot bags. I'm not gonna complain. I might need a minute to get these slotted though. Alright, very cool. It's very generous of you. Thanks, man. The gifts keep coming. An endless onslaught of loot. There we go. Very cool. Am I sure I want to accept this trade and 75 gold, man? You don't have to give me gold, but I'll take it. I'm not going to turn you down. That would be rude. I really appreciate it. Let's see what we can equip some of these, I think, right now. At least I saw... Oh, two-hander. We can't do two-handers yet. We'll go to this sword soon. I want to keep skilling up the mace. Put the pants on. 1 stamina pants. Oh, that's a cool look. Very... nice. The blue boots, gloves, and two-hander are special. Oh, counterweight. 20 haste rating. I have never heard of such a thing. A minor speed increase is really cool. I like that. 10 haste on the gloves. That's neat. Haste, huh? That's interesting. Do I like haste? You wish you had people that would throw stuff at you? It's easy. The first thing you have to do is find a game that you love and play it for 20 years. The next thing you have to do is acquire a certain set of skills with video editing and speaking in front of people. And then you find YouTube, and then you make yourself a YouTube channel. And then you devote yourself to that for 7 years. And then at that point, people will throw stuff at you. It's really easy. Haste is really good for low levels. Nice. Yeah, I was wondering if it was like one of those low-level hacks. Like something, a stat you wouldn't normally think about, like haste. Okay, yes, I appreciate that, man. We'll check it out. We'll be near the mailboxes soon. Of course, now I'm finding every single bag. We've got 2 bag drops. When I try to go like self-found, we never find bags. That's just how it is. Can't equip bags while in combat. Makes sense. There we go. Yeah, the gloves I can equip now. I didn't, for some reason I didn't click that I can actually wear these right away. I'm glad they're like Blood Elf motif. That's very interesting. These are some of the weirdest low-level pieces I've ever seen. We look very interesting. Another bag, chat. That's 3 bags. I've looted 3 bags in the past, like, 5 minutes. And if this, you know, like, sometimes we try to have a little fun and we say we'll do self-found. And we never get this many bags when we do that. And they're all different colors, and they're all so pretty. And I wish we could wear them, but we don't need them now. Man. That's the way the cookie crumbles, isn't it? Fox with Lollipop, I appreciate that. Thanks for checking out the stream and hanging out with us. A bent shield. I mean, it's better for now. Until we hit level 6 here. Is my mace capped out yet? Let's see. Yeah, well, you know, we're basically capped out. Not a lot of skill points this early. Let's go over to the sword. Let's go over to the sword. That's going to be a pretty huge DPS increase. 15 top end, 5.5 DPS with 2 attack power. Like, attack power at level 5 has to be kind of special. Velnencho, welcome to the stream, buddy. New character already? Oh yeah. I know, it only took me 150 hours to start a new one. I know, it happened really fast. Only 150 hours of just dedicatedly playing the hunter. I've been talking about it for days, how we were going to have a little bit of variety with the streams. You've been here for a lot of those conversations, it shouldn't be a surprise. I know how it is, though. I did. Many times. I mentioned it over and over and over again for the past 2 days. Practically couldn't stop talking about it. Because it just had to happen. Yeah. I don't really want to do 6 hours a day, 6 days a week of Outland. I think for me, Outland is going to be best taken in small 3 to 4 hour chunks. And I would like to have something else to do with the rest of my time. And here we are. Some much needed variety. There we go. That is level 6. Let's do the chest. That's level 10. We'll do the shield is level 6. Cool. I think that's it. I mean, we're on a warrior, so yeah, we'll absolutely be tanking some stuff. Now on the Alliance side, we don't get to do dungeons for a while, but that's the plan. Once we can get dual spec, we're gonna have a Fury spec and a Prot spec. Until then, we're just gonna have a leveling spec. I might go into... Usually I go into arms to level, but we might just go into Fury to level up. Or something different to do. And yeah, I heard that Fury is pretty amazing. We didn't get Garrick's head. Let's go back and head to the outhouse and get Garrick. I'll tank better as Fury up until the 40s anyway. Right on. I remember tanking ZF in vanilla as Fury. Over on my North American Alliance side warrior. And that was pretty fun. I actually liked that. So we'll just do it that way. That works for me. We don't get dual wield till 20, right? Something like that?
How are you? See you around. Have a good one.
What can I do for you?
What do I want here? I don't think I need any of this.
See you later.
Let's go train level 6.
Greetings. Be careful.
How are you? Safe travels. Have a good one.
Alright, we are out of here. We are headed to Goldshire. Level 6, almost level 6.5. That's pretty good for Northshire Abbey. I could have done a little bit more grinding and got level 7, but we have a bunch of bags. We found a bunch of bags. We really don't need anything else here, so let's move on.
Hey there. See you around.
We're gonna head to Stormwind right away, I think. So we need to learn some weapon skills. I think I want to get out to Ironforge and learn weapon skills there. Maybe we should go and like just immediately start doing some stuff in Dunmorrow. We can go to Stormwind, learn weapon skills, go to Ironforge. And maybe then we'll come back and we'll do Elwyn Forest, obviously. But we can probably do some stuff in Dunmorrow first. Usually we do that the other way around.
Well met. Light bless you. Go with honor, friend. Be careful. For the Alliance.
You need something? Safe travels. Have a good one. Hey there. See you later.
Need help? Be careful.
You need something? See you around.
Light be with you.
What can I do for you? Hello. Safe travels.
I buy and trade. Light bless you.
We're gonna do Herbalism Alchemy. We're gonna go learn Herbalism as soon as we leave town. There should be an herbalist north of here. Up in the hills. Trying to decide if I want to do some things here first or if I want to go right to Dunmorrow though. I think I'm gonna go right over to Dunmorrow. I can learn two-handed swords in Stormwind on the way. We can learn axes and maces and whatnot in Ironforge when we get there. And there's a lot of herbs in Dunmorrow. And then we could do some stuff there. And then if I leave my Hearthstone set here, we can just hearth back here when we're ready to pick things up back in Elwyn Forest. I thought this would go green a lot faster. We're gonna have to go buy some more. We could probably get to 40 off that. Maybe 10 more would be good.
Well met. For the Alliance.
I'll take whatever cooking mats you want to send. To eat it and for the skill ups. Speaking of which, I think maybe we should go do some fishing. Perhaps a short fishing break. You know what? I'm gonna have to buy a fishing rod from this guy. I don't think they're gonna sell me one out there.
Greetings. Go with honor, friend.
If you want to make your own cooking fire in TBC, yes, you still do need the reagents.
Good day to you. Have a good one.
Where does Elwyn Forest rank on my list of starting zones? It's way up there. It's got to be way up there with Eversong Woods. Yeah, it's probably sitting right at the very top. We need more zones like this. I'm hoping with Classic Plus, it'll give them the opportunity to like make more chill zones. Make more just really nice spaces to exist in while leveling up. We could use a couple more level 20 zones. We could always use some more level 30 and 40 zones, but make them more chill. Make some higher level zones that have the vibes of earlier level zones, because people always almost unanimously enjoy the early level zones much more than the later stuff. You know, although there are some gems like in the later zones, but for the most part, when people talk about their favorite zones, it's the earlier zones. It's Elwyn Forest, it's Westfall and Duskwood or Red Ridge, Dunmorrow. You know, no one ever really says, oh, you know what zone I love? The Searing Gorge. Best vibes in the game, the Searing Gorge. Those zones have their place. We need those zones, but we need more chill zones in Classic Plus than we need more Searing Gorges or Blasted Land type deals. Grizzly Hills. Yeah, Grizzly Hills is really nice. A lot of the Wrath zones were nice. Most of them. And people don't really like the Borean Tundra for some reason. But aesthetically, like Howling Fjord is nice. Aesthetically, Grizzly Hills. Okay, maybe just those two. I feel like there's some other ones. Dragonblight is okay. Yeah, Loch Modan's nice. Sholazar Basin. That's like the jungle area in Wrath, right? That's like a little jungle zone. That one's not bad. I don't think I've spent a lot of time in Sholazar Basin. I didn't really realize this till now, but even the fishing rod is tiny when the Blood Elves use it. Like, our fishing rod is massive. But they shrink things way down. Do they do the same thing on the Draenei? Do the Draenei have, like, shrunken down weapons? Like, weapon models? The Draenei are, like, a bigger race. But I wonder if they pulled something similar and scaled the weapons differently than the rest of the races. I feel like even gnomes, the weapon graphics for gnomes are bigger than the weapons that Blood Elves use. Which is crazy. But it's true. Cena, you have a warrior, a pally, and a mage all around level 20. You're definitely ready for Deadmines on any of those characters. So that's cool. But then you're probably gonna, if you want to keep one going, you'll probably have to pick one. You should play the mage. Because I'm gonna tank. So if you have any interest in playing the mage, that's what you should play. Unless you don't care for the mage, then just play the pally, I guess. Or play the warrior. If you play the mage, though, we won't need the same gear, you know? A different armor type could be nice. Werewolf, when I feel like I've succeeded, I'll let you know. I think like everything else, it's always a work in progress. Obviously, the more stuff you have, the better off you're gonna be. But yeah, when I make it, I'll let you know. That's a lot of level 70s, CNET. I'm impressed. I'm really impressed that they're mostly warriors. There you go. You can have a webcam and still be a tool. Right there, exactly. You can have all the best equipment and still be a tool, yeah. That's a thing. What are we at here? 31. I don't really know what my goal is with this. I just know that with fishing it's best to do it early. Start leveling it early. Maybe we'll aim for 50. 50 seems like a laudable goal. Have I ever done the fishing quest to get to 300? No. I wonder what my highest fishing skill has ever been. In Classic era. I mean, I did fishing in Mist of Pandaria, so I must have leveled it at some point. But no, in Classic, I don't think I've ever got my fishing that high. Because it takes diligence and consistency to level up your fishing. And it takes commitment. Like, you have to commit it to it. Like, I have to get on... The first thing I do on every stream should be to fish. Like, fishing is how I should open every stream. If I really wanted to take it seriously, and I really wanted to max it out someday, then I'd have to open with it. And I feel like I used to be really good at that in hardcore. Like, whenever we were doing hardcore runs, I was pretty good about starting every stream with fishing. But eventually... that just kind of fell by the wayside as far as good habits go. Is this Thunderstrike EU? Yes. Yep. Thunderstrike EU is the only place that I'm playing right now. I don't have any characters that I'm playing right now that are anywhere else. Our level 67 Blood Elf Pally. RIP. She's gonna have to retire on the North America realms. I thought a lot about shamans. The problem is I wanted to do Alliance side for this one, and only Draenei can be shamans. And I have, like, mixed success getting into Draenei. Sometimes I play a Draenei and I like it, other times I play a Draenei and I'm like, oh man, this is too weird. I'm like, what's weird about this? Why does this feel weird? And I'm just like, so I didn't want to do a Draenei shaman. I think I'd love to do an Orc Shaman or something eventually. Sometimes I really get into... You know, I think a Draenei Paladin could be something that I could really get into. But it has to feel right. And for a Shaman, I just don't think I can do it as a Shaman. Shaman's gonna have to be an Orc. You're also leveling a warrior and it's a pain. I can see how some people would feel that way. Warrior's my favorite class, so... Pain points and all. I just love the button pushing. But yeah, traditionally, warrior has never really been thought of as an easy leveling class. For lots of reasons. It's especially hard to play if you're broke and you don't have good gear. I would never recommend it as somebody's like first character. Always do a warrior as like a second or third or fourth character, because by then you'll have the money to support it. You really do have to be concerned with getting good weapons and good equipment to thoroughly enjoy your warrior leveling experience. If you're just making do with whatever you happen to find questing, whatever you happen to get out of dungeons, like, a lot of times that's not going to be enough. A lot of times you just need to have the money to get the good gear, but then also what helps are enchants. Like getting your weapons enchanted, at least with fiery weapon, really helps out a lot. But all that stuff costs gold, so... I would say a clothy is your best bet if you're, or maybe even a hunter, but I feel like with hunter weapons you still want to have some money. For like a first character on your account to build a base, I feel like a clothy is best. Like maybe a warlock. You know, something that doesn't depend on gear for its character power as much. Something that could let you level easily and amass some wealth. Jens, thanks for joining us. I appreciate you being here and hanging out. Oh, we're at 64. If I'm not careful, we're gonna cap out. I think that's good for now. That's a pretty good start to our fishing. Now I kind of want to go to 75 though. The 64 is kind of a weird place to stop. It's not hard to find an enchanter, but there's always that scary moment when I'm worried that they're going to take my stuff and not enchant my thing. There's always like that moment where you have to trade them before they're ready to actually, like you have to give them the mats before they're ready to actually do the thing. It's like I never feel completely comfortable with it. I really do prefer when enchanters can make scrolls and then you can simply buy the scrolls off the auction house. I do like that form of enchanting better because it doesn't involve meeting strangers in dark alleys and then trusting them explicitly with like 12 gold's worth of mats. You know what I mean? Then they can just do the enchant, then they can just put it on the auction house for the 13 gold, and I can just buy it there whenever I want. When does that come into the game? That's like a cataclysm change, isn't it? Dream it. Welcome to the stream. Happy early Father's Day. Yes, indeed. We don't celebrate too early. We can't have too many days. So we get the one day. That's it. You can't celebrate it early. It can't be the whole weekend. It's one day. And just be happy that you get that. Scrolls were introduced in Wrath. Oh, that's so good. Whew. Yeah, that's awesome. Consider me in the Wrath waiting room. TBC Anniversary Phase 2, otherwise known as the Wrath of Lich King waiting room. Alright, that's 75. Can I train yet to the next rank, or do I have to be level 10? I have to be level 10 to do the next rank, okay. So, in that case, let's get our weapons back on. Okay, a couple of things I want to do. let's make sure we're tracking the proper profession people. We need to be tracking herbalism. We need to be tracking alchemy. All this is checked. Okay. Do I want to do some stuff here, or do I want to go right to the Dwarven Lands? We can do... Let's go do herbalism and alchemy up here. We can train right up here. I probably should have grabbed first aid too, but we can grab that anywhere. Yeah, we're gonna go to Stormwind and we're gonna do all of our weapon training. Same thing in Ironforge. Just train all the weapons right away.
Hey there. See you later.
Greetings. Be careful.
Dragon's Bane. You like TBC until you get to Outland? Yeah. That could be a thing. I like Outland okay, you know, but not enough to spend 7 hours a day in it. It's different. I've been trying to realign, like, mentally my approach to Outland. But it's really weird. This weird thing happens to me when I get into Outland. It's like, that's it. And then instead of my brain being able to, like, just kind of journey through the zones as I've been doing up until that point and just kind of get into the zones, my brain says, okay, you are in Outland. You are almost done. You must level quick. And, like, I don't know where any of those, when I try to think about where that comes from, I don't know, like, whose voice that is. But that's what I hear, like, when I really analyze my thoughts and why I don't really have a lot of fun in Outland. It's because somewhere in my brain there's this voice that tells me, you're in Outland, good job, you're at the end, now level quickly and get to 70. When I reflect on that, like, I have no reason to get to 70 quickly at all, and I know that. But there's this inner tension, and I feel this inner tension as soon as I go through the Dark Portal. And it just builds and builds and builds. And it just, like, it's hard for me to just relax and have a good time in Outland. Maybe part of it is the zone design. Maybe part of it is, like, the music design, the sound design. Like, I don't know what it is. But there's just, like, that idea of get through it and this, like, invisible tension that I feel once I get into Outland. And I'm trying to realign, like, how I tackle Outland content, because I don't want it to suck. It would be a bummer because I have lots more characters I'd like to level. So I'm trying to find a way to approach Outland content where it doesn't suck. But it's a work in progress. I don't need the ore now. I'm gonna return the ore. So we're not gonna go that route. We have 12 slot bags, so I don't need the bags. I will take the gold. I will take these bags. I'll take them and I'll put them in my bank because, you know, I want to store stuff. Dan, welcome to the stream, man. Thank you so much for the super chat. Happy Saturday to you. And thanks for being here with us. I really appreciate it. Yeah, Talon, I agree. There's this urge to speed up when I hit the dark portal. And like I said, like, I don't feel that, like, really, when I reflect about it. And I don't know if that urge is just like a leftover remnant of the way I used to play the game when I was a raider and I was trying to get my characters leveled up as quickly as possible to get them into some alt raids and stuff. That's all I can think of, is that this impulse to get through it and this frustration with not getting through it quickly enough. It has to be some kind of like psychological remnant from back in the day. I'm hoping that maybe like acknowledging that will help me like get over it. But in the meantime, I think purposely tackling Outland in smaller hour chunks and just purposely going slower with it is gonna help me. Like yesterday I tried to start like just taking my time with and like accepting the idea that we have a lot to do in Hellfire. We're gonna be there for a while. We can slow down a bit. So we'll see how it goes.
Need help?
I hope split days will help. The tricky thing is, like, you can recognize you have a problem. Like, I know that like I have a problem with Outland. You can recognize exactly what the problem is. It's hard for the person that has the problem to fix the problem, right? Like, I know what my problem is. But as the person who has a problem, it's like impossible to fix it. And so like if I don't pay attention to like if I'm getting frustrated, like it just leaks out. It just happens automatically. So I don't know. Well, all I can think for now is like split days and slower leveling will help. And we'll just go from there. Do I need to do anything else in Stormwind? I've learned all the weapon skills. We can equip our two-handed sword and get that skill going. That's going to be fun. Yeah, we're going to go to Ironforge next. Just want to make sure there's nothing here that I need to do or should do before we go. It's a training sword. That's so cool. I love it when my first two-handed sword is like a wooden training sword. It's so appropriate. You know what I do have to do? Maybe, where's going to be a good time to do this? I need to refill my coffee. I need to refill my coffee, yeah, and so maybe I should do that. I think maybe I'll get on the tram first and we'll take the tram over. Or do you want me to hold up, CNET? Is that why you've invited me to a group? You have a portal. Well, that's gonna save me 2 minutes. I appreciate it. Where to, sire? I don't want to know what you guys got going on. All right, I will come down to you guys. I think the tram is only like a 2-minute journey, though. You know what I mean? The tram is pretty quick. Now, there's no tram music, and that's kind of a bummer. First aid. We'll get first aid in Ironforge. We're not doing jewel crafting, though, remember? We drop jewel crafting for Herbalism Alchemy. Otherwise, yeah, there's more interesting places to be ported to, right? Just port me somewhere exotic, okay? What's Narcissus like this time of year? And we're off. I appreciate the port. It's very thoughtful. So, first aid. First aid's down here. Weapon training is going to be back in the military ward. And then once all that is squared away, I'll probably run us out to Keranos, and then I think I'm gonna get coffee. So we need bots to start queuing as tanks. That would be really something. Can they make a bot that can tank? I bet once Death Knights are in the game, I bet a bot could tank as a Death Knight. Like, what do you really have to do? Hit a couple buttons, you're gonna hold threat. I'd be okay with AI tanks. You could argue they're taking real player jobs, but nobody wants to tank anyway, so why not let an AI bot do it? An AI bot's less likely to be a jerk to you in party chat.
Watch your back.
An AI tank is less likely to have to leave the instance to go change a dirty diaper. You know, there's benefits.
See you soon.
We could leverage this technology to help us get 5-man content done. How nice would that be? They made arena bots for retail. If there are arena bots, there's got to be a bot that can tank this 5-man stuff. Just whatever, you know how they have the assist dungeons in retail. Just take that same technology and put it into this game, except only make it tanks. Like, just tanks only. We don't really need anybody else. We got plenty of DPS and plenty of healers. Weapon Master. Fist weapons, guns, two-handed axes, two-handed maces, and then this person, I think, has some one-handed stuff. No, you have thrown weapons. Okay, speaking of thrown weapons, can I get any thrown weapons here? Weapon merchant. You have crossbows and stuff. Maybe I should just get a gun and a little bit of ammo. Or maybe I can get a crossbow. Let's do that. There we go. That'll work, and then I need to pull shoot out to the bar. So we need to shoot. All right. What else? We got first aid. I think we're good. I think we're good to head out of here. Throwing weapons are faster. Yeah, that's a good point. They fire off faster. Chaos, you sent along a gun. Right on. And we'll have to skill up all of these things, so we'll probably switch back and forth between pulling weapons just so we can get a little bit of skill with each of them. Alright, out into Dunmorrow we go. So the only things we're missing then, we're missing stabs and bows. And stabs and bows... Oh wait, we have stabs. So the only thing Narcissus has for us that we don't already have is bows? Okay. Well, that's nice. I mean, I'm not in a big rush to get that. It's like foggy here today. I don't know if I've ever seen it like foggy like this. Pole arms. Oh well, pole arms we can't get until 20 or whatever, right? And pole arms is Stormwind, but we can't train it until a certain level. I think it's level 20. I don't know why it's like that. But it is. Dante, happy Saturday, man. Welcome to the stream. Alright, we have our herb tracking is already going off. I gotta start paying attention to that. At least we don't have questy objectives and herbs popping up. It's gonna be easier for me to spot the herbs.
How are you? Keep your feet on the ground.
Alright, I'm gonna go AFK for a minute. I gotta get some coffee. Can enjoy some of the wonderful Dwarven Inn music here. And I will be right back. Okay, we are back. Thank you guys for hanging out. We have 41 brilliant small fish. Okay. I probably should have... I could have cooked these when I walked away. That would have been a good use of time. It's a pretty good start to our cooking. This is probably the best in music, yeah. The Dwarven Inns probably have the best music. Absolutely. Indy, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. Hope you are doing well. Alright, let's learn the Longjaw Mud Snapper recipe. We have 11 of those. Oh, we have 31. Oh yeah, there it is. We have 31. Wow, okay. Can I train the next rank of cooking? Yes.
How are ya?
Alright. There we go. At least now we won't cap out. That's a really good start. Alright, we're holding on to way too much food that we don't need. I'm gonna sell everything except for one stack of the mud snappers. There we go. We're gonna keep the shield for now. Probably keep the sword for now. Belt requires level 10.
Safe travels. Here there. Interest you on a pint? No, see you soon. What's on your mind? Be good. I've the finest wares in the land. See you soon.
Gents, I don't think anybody here is gonna stop you from playing any character you want. I mean, I certainly can't stop you.
Watch your back.
Nor would I want to. Let's see. Let's circle behind. If we loop back here, sometimes we could find a bunch of boars, or we could just chase yellow dots. I have a feeling we're going to be doing a lot of chasing yellow dots out here. Attacking a level 8 wolf with no weapon skill. Probably not a really smart idea. If I spam rend, maybe we can level this up really quick. I do have one potion I could pop. I really don't want it to aggro this other wolf. Pop the potion. There we go. It's really too bad humans can't be hunters. She has a really good crossbow shooting animation. And she actually holds the crossbow relatively straight, unlike our blood elf, who likes to hold the crossbow with like a gangster tilt. I don't quite understand. Yeah, maybe for Classic Plus. That would be an easy win for Classic Plus, is loosening up some of the class race restrictions. Should definitely have human hunter. I mean, basically anybody should be able to learn how to be a hunter. Because one of the first things that any race is going to have to figure out how to do is they're going to have to figure out how to hunt. They're going to have to figure out how to eat, how to catch meat. So, like, basically anything should be able to be a hunter. In the same way that, like, anything can be a warrior. I think hunting is a pretty basic universal skill that any race could pick up. Yeah, but if you take away mana and you move to the energy-based system, then you're just introducing a new set of problems. Because then you have to be concerned with energy generation. And then you have to... things become a lot more complicated then. When you're working with the pool of mana might be limited, and that limitation is gonna cause issues, but... I feel like dealing with a renewable energy that kind of like ticks up at a certain interval is harder to plan for. I don't know. I don't know if I have a preference, but I think they're fine with mana. Because then once you move away from mana, then you have to have, like, I think Steady Shot becomes an ability that generates more energy, and then you have all these other considerations. And when you just have mana, the only consideration you have is how much mana do I have left? It's so weird not having to skin these guys. Like, my impulse is to skin. And I keep having that impulse. Ooh, opening up more main profession slots. That could be a really cool Classic Plus thing. Give me 2 more main professions. That would be a lot of fun, because then you could grab things like skinning, you know? Earthroot we can't do yet. What level do we need? We need 15. Where are we at? We're at 11, so we're close. We have to go back over this way, and we have to grab the ammo for Steel Grill or whatever is for Rumble Shot. Ammo for Rumble Shot. No housing. Oh god. Yeah, I mean, I don't want housing for Classic Plus. If they were to put housing in Classic Plus, I'd be pretty sad. Not because I don't feel like it could be in the game and be fun for people, but because I know that if they put housing into Classic Plus, so much of their development is going to go into housing. And that's development that's not going into making new zones. That's development that's not going into writing new quests or making new 5-mans or making new classes. And I really don't, especially right off the get-go, I really don't think that would set a good tone for Classic Plus if they launch the game with housing. That's not going to be good. That's not what people want when they think about Classic Plus. They're not like, oh damn, I can't wait to get me some of that classic housing. And so they have to know that, you know, you would think. I think you should be able to take all the gathering skills. Like, you should be able to skin and, you know, mine minerals and pick the herbs. Like, you should probably be able to take, like, any collection thing that you want. And then 2 main professions for, like, production. That would be really cool. It would probably unbalance parts of the player economy, though. Realistically. I'm sure they'd have plenty of reasons for not doing it. Seen that, I hadn't heard any of that. They're using a code name for it, Camelot. It's a weird code name for Classic Plus. You would expect it to be something WoW related, or like Blizzard related. The only thing that worries me, like, about data mining is, like, they don't really know, like, what they're data mining until it's actually in the game. Like, you could data mine a bunch of stuff that seems like it's for Classic Plus, but then have it be stuff that's not for Classic Plus at all. You know what I mean? So, like, I don't know how much stock I put in things that people have data mined. As far as, like, developing theories off data mining, I don't know. It's a slippery slope. Yeah, plus Blizzard loves to troll. Yeah, they love to do stuff because they know people data mine, and they obviously know people theorize off of what they data mine. And so I think that they often put in place what are called red herrings. You know, they put something in place, it seems like it's something, but it's really just a distraction. It's not anything at all with what you think it is. And I think they do that stuff intentionally and often. You know, just to throw people off the real track of things. Like, let's put in some weird things for data miners so that while data miners are looking over here at the weird thing we put in, we're over here making Classic Plus. You know what I mean? I feel like it's just a distraction when it comes to stuff like that. Get people looking where you want them to look and away from where you don't want them to look. Do we know they're doing Classic Plus? Yeah. We can safely say that they're developing Classic Plus. We just don't know when it's going to be ready to play, what it's going to look like, what's going to be in it, what it's going to be. But are they developing something that can be referred to as Classic Plus? Yeah, they have been for a while. We're still really far from their September BlizzCon? It's not BlizzCon though that they're doing in September, it's like something else. I don't know. Whatever announcements they're doing in September, we're still quite far from that. I wouldn't expect to hear much between now and then. Not much of like actual reality. Is it BlizzCon? Usually they don't do BlizzCons until like February. September seems like a weird month for a BlizzCon, but okay. BlizzCon it is. Well, Classic Plus is going to have its own pricing, and if that surprises or disappoints people, then I don't know what to tell them. Classic Plus is going to have its own box price, and it's probably going to have its own subscription price. Because it's a new game. I don't know. I think people need to really think about that.
What can I get for you today?
They can't make Classic Plus without money.
Be good.
And then to make money, they have to sell us things.
Safe travel.
And so the obvious thing to sell us is, you know, we buy the box price of the game. But then also, I don't know if it'd be shocking if there was a different sub.
Be good.
How many versions of the game do you think you should get for one sub? I guess that's the other question. Right now you pay one sub and it gives you access to a bunch of stuff. Like how many versions of the game should you get access to for the $14.99 sub, the cost of which has not gone up in 22 years? How much should we get? How much are we entitled to? I don't know. At this point, I'll pay them whatever amount of money they want to play Classic Plus, and then if it's good, I'll keep paying them money. And if it's bad, I'll stop paying them money. That's an easy one. Though I will say, if they are going to charge the full box price for Classic Plus, it needs to come out of the box being significantly different than vanilla. If they're going to sell it to us, it can't be like, well, this is Classic Plus, we've added some things and we're going to continue changing things over time. It has to be, this is Classic Plus, it's a complete game. We've added tons of stuff, changed tons of stuff. It's gonna be brand new. You're going to recognize it, but it's going to be recognizable but new. And so I guess they'd have to do it that way if they want to sell a box price. It can't just be like a season of discovery type thing where like they add some stuff here and there over time and eventually you get a game that is like a full game by the time it's all done, and it has to actually launch as a new game. There's plenty of free-to-play games out there that are trash, and then, you know, people are welcome to go play those. if you want something to be good and you want it to stick around, like at some point money has to come from somewhere, because that's the kind of society that we live in. We live in a capitalist world for the most part. At least many of us do. And the way products get made is products get made by people being willing to purchase those products. And so if there's no one doing the purchasing, then there can also be no one doing the selling. And if no one's doing the selling, then nobody's doing the making. It's like anything else. If it's good, I'll pay for it, and if it's not, I won't. But I definitely don't think they owe me like more games for free. I've been paying one sub price forever. It's never gone up. And for the last 5 or 6 years, my one sub price has gotten me access to 3 different versions of the game at any one time. So I definitely don't think that they owe me more free shit. I think feeling that way is like, if you feel that way, that's a little diluted. Blizzard does not owe us more free shit. They've given us lots of free shit. Believe it or not. And so if they make a brand new game and they call the game Classic Plus, like, I will pay for that game. Now, I'm not going to pay a box price for like a season of Classic WoW. A season of Classic WoW, like a season of Discovery, you can give me that for free. And I will pay you by playing it. But if you're making a new game and it's a significantly big development lift, then yeah, I expect you're going to want to make a return off of that. Because that's simply how things are. We'll have to wait and see. We've probably got a couple of years before we're playing anything that's called Classic Plus. Maybe by 2028, we can reflect upon all the things we thought it was going to be as we experience whatever it ends up being. That's not how economics works. Economics doesn't work on some like pseudo-ethical standpoint of once somebody has X amount of money, do they deserve to make more? That's not at all how society works. That's not at all how capitalism works. That's not how anything has ever worked. Nothing in economics works from the standpoint of once a person or a company has a certain amount of dollar bucks, that's it, they're done, they're capped out. And if things did work that way, then you'd see a lot less innovation, a lot less progress, and a lot less products. If there were imaginary ethical boundaries to how much money somebody should have, you'd see less progress in things. That's not how anything ever works. It's never been that way, and it shouldn't be that way. It's just kind of, and it's kind of a naive viewpoint to think that things should work that way. Like, why should it be that way? What if somebody tried to put an arbitrary limit on how much fun you were allowed to have? Like, as a gamer, oh, you've been having too much fun with this game. We feel like we've provided you with enough fun, and now we have to have somebody come by and drive tacks under your nails. Because you've been enjoying this game too much, and now we feel like there has to be some balance instituted into things.
Watch your back.
Yeah, there is no... Well, they've made enough money You've made enough money, now give me free shit. Like, what kind of selfish, naive attitude is that? It doesn't make any sense when you think about it. You've made enough money, so now you owe me free shit. Oh. Okay. Woo. I don't know how one develops an ideology like that exactly. You know, they always want to make more money. That's the game that they're playing. Think about it like that. Think of you're engaged, like as a corporation, you're engaged in the game of make more money. That is the goal of that specific game that you're playing. And so that's what you try to do. And that's not all you try to do. Like, you know, possibly you're trying to do other things too. But certainly you don't say, well, gents, we've made quite a bit of money, and I think it's time that we stop. I think it's time that we stop making things and selling things, and let's just sit back on our laurels. Let's just enjoy the massive amounts of dollar bucks we've collected, and let's just stop. We need to put an end to all this, because quite frankly, we've had enough. Like, that just isn't how things are. And how weird would it be if that's how things were? It'd be really strange. Anyway, suffice it to say, corporations will keep making things, and they'll keep wanting to make money off the things that they make. And if the things they make are good, people will spend their money, and then those companies will keep making things, so that they can make more money and sell more things. And that's the game. And you don't have to play that game. There's plenty of ways to not play in that game. But if you live in most first world countries, then that's the game that you're automatically in that game. Where is my herb? There it is. I definitely don't need to be out here killing these guys, but I am just kind of chasing yellow dots all around the map. That is definitely happening. We can level up our alchemy once we get back to town. We don't have any vials. Chat is wild today. We're talking about capitalism and economics, and we're dangerously close to talking about politics. which we're not doing. And when I talk about these things, I'm generalizing generalities when I talk about these things. Because I don't like to get too into specifics. I like to just kind of like look at the broad strokes of human behavior. And I don't like to dial down into like specific groups of people or things like that. Because I think like these kinds of conversations make more sense when you're generalizing generally. When you're generally speaking, a lot more can be understood. When you get way too specific, into the details, that's when you're just gonna have like distractionary disagreements. Like distractionary disagreements that kind of take you off the main point. Which is where I feel like this conversation went. No, we don't talk about politics at all. Nope. Alright, what do we need? Shimmerweed? We don't have to do that one now. We can wait on that till later. Same thing with Operation Recombobulation.
Hi, how are you?
Grab that one now, though. And we need to buy a Rhapsody Malt. Alright, I'm gonna put both of you in a little timeout. Just for a little bit, just to cool things off. I understand that you both feel strongly about this, but this is just not the place to get into those specifics. So we're just gonna take a little breather. How about a little 10-minute breather? Sorry that I got you guys all riled up. I take full responsibility.
What can I do for you?
Now go to your rooms and calm down.
Keep your feet
Come out
on the
later.
ground. You got my attention. Off with you. Hi. Watch your back. Great to meet you. See you soon.
Ooh, level 8. Alright, let's train level 8 abilities. What do we get at level 8?
What's on your mind?
Heroic Strike 2 and Hamstring.
Hey, good.
Very nice. The rank 2 automatically gets put out on the bar. Let's get Hamstring out. Speaking of greed, Lesser Magic Wand is selling for 40 silver on the auction house. Wow, usually you get Lesser Magic Wands for like 5 silver.
What's on your mind?
The greed runs deep. 40 silver.
Safe travels. Well met. Safe travels. Keep your feet on the ground. You got my attention.
Watch your back.
I think I want to go do the level 7 ones. We have to run back out to Brunel Village. On the way, maybe we'll do the Shimmerweed. Trying to decide like how much I want to do here before we go back to Elwyn Forest. Do I want to do a bunch? Do I just want to do the first part? I really don't know. Usually I do Elwyn Forest first. And we come to Dunmoral later. I feel like this wolf is bugged out? I'm facing the wrong way. I wasn't facing the wrong way. The game, for some reason, got it into its head that I was facing the wrong way. Maybe I was too close? No, that's not it. I don't know what happened. The game did not like where I was standing compared to where the wolf was standing. Valnencho, take care, man. We'll see you next time. Thanks for hanging out. It felt like a terrain bug, yeah. I think it had more to do with where the wolf was standing than me. Risen, good evening to you. Thanks for joining us. What a big sword we have. Yeah, it's quite a difference. The last time we were using melee weapons, we were on a Blood Elf. And all of the Blood Elf weapons, as we know, are all very tiny. Tiny little weapons. I will say Dunmorrow has to be the best zone for early game herbalism. There are so many freaking herbs here. And you wouldn't think that, you know, that naturally in the snowiest zone that there'd be this many herbs. But it's by far the best place to be. Oh boy. We have made a mistake. I don't think we live through this. I think we just pick a place to die. This is a good place to die. Yeah, that works. Nice to see that little plateau is as deadly as it ever has been. It's nice. That's death number 1. Level 8. Many, many, many more deaths to come. Many more deaths. And they'll probably all look a little bit something like that. Go again, right? Wouldn't that be a real pain? Okay. Let's... maybe I can pluck this guy out. Well, that was exactly what the Warlock must have been thinking, too. Do we want to do any fishing? I don't know. Maybe we should. I don't know if I've ever really fished here before. Are we just gonna catch like the same old stuff? Oh, we're capped out. Can he can train me though. Oh, we can't until level 10. Okay. No fishing for us. Not until level 10. They should make that level 5.
Great to meet ya. Off with ya.
Here there. Off with you. Watch your back. How are you? Hey, good. Off with you. Watch your back.
Is it normal for people to switch zones like I'm doing? In Classic era to zone hop? Yeah, absolutely. You don't need to do it as much as you needed to do it in vanilla, but in TBC it's still a really good idea to zone hop. Zone hop early and often. On the one hand, I feel wasteful that I can't skin everything. You know, we're leaving dead bodies on the ground. And that feels kind of wasteful. But on the other hand, the increased momentum we get from not having to skin things also feels good. Once you get used to the idea of not clicking again to skin. Because the instinct kind of hangs around.
On a pint? Off with you.
Alright, let's head south. Let's go down to Frostmane Hold. I guess we're doing all this stuff on this visit. And then we'll save the stuff out to the west for a little bit later on. But I think it's safe to clean up the rest of this. And then we'll go back to Elwyn Forest. Were there a lot of players in Northshire? Yeah, there were a handful. It wasn't, like, super congested or anything. But there was, like, a handful of people who were leveling. Alright, back to town we go. Steven with the 10 gifted memberships. That is huge, my friend. Thank you so much for the support. Welcome to the 10 new people. Thank you all very much for hanging out with us today. I appreciate that.
Need assistance? You have a great day now. Alrighty then.
What can I do for you? See you soon.
Oh, you know what? I should have taken the one-handed axe. That would have been a good opportunity to start leveling up axes. Next time. Next time we could take an axe, we will.
Great to meet you. Off with you. See you soon.
The warrior quest is available here, but I think we're going to do the warrior quest on the human side of things. Don't think we're going to bother with this one.
Talk to me.
We will take Rend rank 2 and Blood Rage,
Be good.
but we're going to leave the quest. Okay. I think for now, well, maybe we ought to run to Ironforge and turn in the reports. Also, I don't think I grabbed the flight points when we were originally in Ironforge. I think I missed it. So let's go turn in this quest, let's grab the flight point, and then we can actually hearth back to Goldshire. We got our Hearthstone setback in Elwyn Forest. We can learn the next rank of fishing now. That's something to keep in mind for when we go back to Elwyn. Yeah, there's a trainer out at the Frozen Lake. We were near him earlier, but we were only level 9, so... Ironforge music is cranking out. Turn that down a little bit.
What can I do for you? Safe travels.
Oh yeah, there's a, you know, the funny thing is there's a fishing trainer back here. You can't fish back here. I've tried. So it's funny for them to put a fishing trainer back there near a pool of water that you can't fish in. We did grab the flight point. Look at that. Past me did something right. Okay, I am gonna hearth. And I'm going to take a quick break. I think if I want to play a little bit more, I need to take like a 5-minute break. So I'm going to park it at the inn for a minute. We can listen to some of the excellent inn music. And I will be back in a minute. Alright, we are back. We got mail. We could check our mail. Thank you guys for sending me stuff. I appreciate it. Let's see, level 13. I'm gonna take the stuff I can equip now and store the stuff that we can't equip till later. I'll take the level 11. That's pretty soon. Level 11. I'm gonna leave the level 13s and 14s here. Herbing stuff I'll take. Thank you. The eggs, I don't, we can cook these. The bear meat I don't have recipes for yet. The clam stuff I don't have recipes for yet. I'm gonna keep all the stuff stashed that I don't have recipes. We'll be able to use these for alchemy, not there yet. And we'll take that and that. Thank you. I appreciate it. Very helpful. Speaking of professions, let's do some alchemy. Now that we have a lot of herbs,
What are you looking for?
let's buy a lot of empty vials. Okay. I feel like we could mainly do healing potions for skill ups. But I'm going to do a couple of the strength and a couple of the defense potions to have to help us out as we go. So we'll do 2 of those. We'll do 2 of these, and then the rest I'm going to do healing pots for skill ups. Am I excited for Classic Plus? I'll be excited when we have a release date. Then I'll get excited. I mean, I'm excited for it. I'm existentially excited for it. I'm not, like, energetically excited for it. It's difficult to get excited for things when you don't know the shape they're going to take and you don't know when they're going to happen. All you can really do safely is just look forward to it. I'm looking forward to finding out what Classic Plus is. And I'll be excited for it more when I know what it is and when I know when it's going to be here. Feels like at this point we probably have about 2 years before we're playing any completed version of Classic Plus. The add-on that you're seeing when I took the break, that add-on is called Narcissus. Classic Plus, if you don't know what we're talking about when we say Classic Plus, it's worth a Google. It's more than I want to go over. So if you're wondering what the hell are we talking about when we say Classic Plus, just give it a Google. Google AI will catch you up to speed on what Classic Plus is, as much as anybody knows what it is. Narcissus isn't in the description of the stream. Oh. Okay, I can fix that. There we go. Perfect, thanks. Now, I don't need all these pots right now, but I'm gonna need them eventually. So I'm gonna fire these off to my bank vault. I'm gonna keep like a stack. But the rest of them I'm gonna fire off for later. There we go. Alright, the eggs. Do I need to cook the eggs? I really don't need the eggs. I'm gonna send the eggs to a bank alt because we'll be able to use those on an alt, but we've already skilled up way past that. We skilled up our cooking, like, incredibly quick. So I will store those. Okay. The boar meat and stuff, I can just sell that, I think. We're not going to be needing the boar meat. Am I planning any content on the Season of Discovery that they just released? No. They didn't just release Season of Discovery. Season of Discovery is actually over. Season of Discovery was going on a couple years ago. What you heard about recently is a handful of streamers in the EU did a fresh start event in Season of Discovery with their communities. So if you're hearing about Season of Discovery right now, just know that Season of Discovery is over. It came out, it ran its whole course, it had 6 or 7 phases. It was really fun when it was out. I had a blast with it when it was near the end. But what you're hearing about now with SOD is not like a fresh start or like a new release or anything like that. It's just some streamers and their communities doing a little fresh start event on the old SOD realms. Not to be confused with an actual release. And they're playing it in such a way that they have a very specific rules by which it's being played. Like you have to join one of their guilds. Everybody, they're doing like guild found. So like people won't trade with you or sell to you or something if you're not in the guild. I don't know. They're doing it with a bunch of additional rules that I think make it a lot less fun. I don't have any plans to go back to SOD right now.
What can I help you with?
Well, I'll just wait till their next season of whatever. I'm sure they'll cook something up soon.
Light bless you. What can I do for you? Be careful.
Can I help you? Have a good one.
Hello. Safe travels. Have a good one.
How are you? See you later.
Well met. Go with honor, friend, for the Alliance.
I guess we could take a look at talents. Alright, so I guess I gotta decide, do I want to go right into Fury? I feel like we do. And if I go right into Fury, I guess I'm going to start with Cruelty. Increases your chance to get a critical strike with a melee weapon by 1%. Let's go right into Fury with this character.
Hey there. Have a good one.
A little nighttime fishing. Level 10, we're moving up. We were moving up so fast we had to stop and do some fishing. Had to put the brakes on a little bit. We probably won't be ready for Dead Mines until Monday. I'm gonna say Monday. Well, that depends on whether or not I play tomorrow. But maybe Monday we'll probably be ready for Dead Mines. If I play tomorrow, then Monday for sure. If I don't play tomorrow, then Tuesday or Wednesday. Remember, this is my slow, relaxing character now that I have a character in Outland. This character I'm probably going to take more time with. Because I'm already feeling that, like, internal desire to rush through Outland, and I want to get away from that feeling. So on this character, I'm going to be intentionally taking my time more than I normally do. Gotta completely train myself out of the habit of, like, rushing things along at certain levels. Yep, we're gonna Fury tank. It's gonna be glorious. But obviously, mostly we're gonna fish. If that wasn't obvious. Patrick, good afternoon to you and welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. Will we tank with a two-hander? I mean, we might, but when we can dual wield, we're going to dual wield. We're going to go Fury with this one. So while leveling up, we'll go Fury. Once we're level 40, then we'll look at putting together like a real tanking spec. But until then, we're just going to go into dungeons and we're just going to tank. And we're going to tank with whatever we have. Early on, that might be a two-hander. It might be a one-hander and a shield early. And then later, it'll be two one-handers. I think we'll always make sure to have a shield in case we need it. Because there may be some boss fights and stuff where the healer just isn't going to want to deal with us taking so much damage. So I'll probably try to have a shield on me. But during trash and stuff, we're probably not going to use a shield very much. Not until we're like level 40. Although I remember tanking Zul'Farrak with a Fury Warrior, like just fine back in vanilla. And I didn't need a shield then. Kind of makes me doubt that I'll need a shield now. We probably won't need to worry about having a shield until we're past ZF or maybe even into Outland. Alright, 116 is pretty good. Let's go cook this stuff up. Can I cook in here? Oh, you do have a small little hearth in here. Can I cook at it? I can. Alright. Perfect. We'll cook these and then we'll head out. We're going to go south and visit the farms. We have some running around to do over there, and then eventually we'll go into the mine. Crab cakes are orange. I think somebody sent me crawler meat. I'll have to look through the meat we were sent. I think we might have crawler meat in our mailbox. And if so, we should probably pull that out and cook it. It's buff food, too. Let's go main hand mace. And shield for a while. And then we have another two-handed sword ready for us at level 11. I have some equipment that I never bothered putting on. That's level 11. That's level 11. This one I can equip at level 10. Okay. I think that's good. Let me check my mailbox. Clam meat. Crawler meat. We need the crawler meat. Okay. That was a little bit of crawler meat, and then we also need, what, mild spice? Mild spices.
Need help? Go with honor, friend.
Good day to you. Safe travels.
Dragon's Bane, was that you? Nice.
You need
Get that
something?
wand leveled up, okay?
See you around.
God, Classic gets so dark when it's nighttime. This is like a part of the game that was completely lost when they remade the world with Cataclysm. In Cataclysm at night, like everything has this like internal lighting to it. Everything almost has like its own luminosity. So like nothing looks dark. It's such a strange effect. Like nothing beats the darkness scale and the lighting of original Classic. It's just so good. Dave, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today.
Good day to you. Hey there. Farewell.
What can I do for you? See you later. See you around. Safe travels.
Do I think part of me not really liking Outland is because I know that once I hit 70 I don't have a guild? No. No, that's not it. Part of me not liking Outland is, I talked about it earlier in the stream. My brain just gets triggered into thinking that I'm close to the end. And so everything starts to feel like a big rush. And everything that doesn't happen smoothly starts to feel like a big old inconvenience. Just because like something in my brain says, hey, you're at the end. You're at the end. It's the end, but it's not the end. You got like 50 more hours of leveling to go. And that's all that it is. Because I don't really feel like raiding anyway.
King's honor, friend.
No,
Safe
if
travels.
I really wanted to raid, I could have already been doing all that stuff. I had plenty of opportunities to raid with CNET's guild. And I didn't focus on that because it's not my focus. Well, for me, I just get into Outland and my brain thinks that it's the end, or I'm getting to the end. Just some internal machinations in my subconscious that I'm trying to rewire. My voice is like another YouTube guy named Manly Badass Hero. Oh, that was my nickname in high school. Yeah, he must have stole that from me.
How are you? Safe travels. Have a good one.
Alright, into the mine we go. Should be a breeze at level 10. Especially with all the equipment that we're rocking. Oh my god. He was a level 6 warrior. He probably could have handled all these guys on his own, no problem. I should have Thunderclap out though. Just in case I do get surrounded by a bunch of mobs. Because that could definitely happen, like see Exhibit A. Should get Demoralizing Shout pretty soon as well. If I, well, you know what, I don't think I ever trained. I don't think we trained level 10 at all, did we? We spent our talent point, but I don't think we trained. Oh, we did train. Okay, cool. I don't remember doing that. But I'm glad we did.
Hello. See you later. Safe travels.
It looks like we're going back to Goldshire. We'll go back to Goldshire, and then I think we're ready to head out to the logging camp. We could head out to the logging camp, or we could go back to Dunmorrow. But I feel like next time I go to Dunmorrow, I want to ride that right into Loch Modan. And do the first couple of quests in Loch Modan. So maybe we will just finish up Elwyn. See how far that takes us, and then we'll go back to the Dwarven Lands after that. That way we just have to do less trips back and forth.
King's honor, friend.
I should probably use this axe for a bit. I said the next time I got an axe, I would level it up. It's not a very good axe, but it's good enough for us to get some skill ups off of it.
Be careful.
So I think we're going to do that.
Hello. See you around.
We'll try that out on the Murlocs.
King's honor, friend. Light bless you.
Good day to you. See you later. Have a good one. Safe travels. Have a good one.
And that is level 11. We're going to keep putting points into cruelty, increasing our chance to crit. I should go swing at like a wolf or something for a minute to skill this axe up. It's the first time we've equipped an axe. We're gonna get this up to like skill level 50 and then we'll go back to using the more powerful weapon. But I do want to make a habit of this. Make a habit of anytime we have a weapon type in our inventory that we could use skilling up, we have to actually do it. If you don't want a warrior to start to feel slow, you really need to have like the best equipment. That's the way to play a warrior where it actually feels good. If it's like your first character on an account or you don't have a lot of gold, you're not going to be able to buy like cutting edge weapons and stuff, then it can get tough. It's the most gear dependent class in the game. But with the right gear, it's amazing. But nobody wants to tell you the part where they say, well, without the right gear, it's a real drag. But I feel like it's fair to add that on. And like most melee classes are like that. A lot of melee classes are a lot of fun, and they feel really good if you have good gear. And if you have really bad gear, well, it's gonna be a bit of a drag. Mm-hmm.
What can I do for you? See you later. You need something? How are you? See you around.
Let's go turn in this invisibility potion, and we'll get that one over with. So if I don't do it now, I am likely to forget. And then we'll turn that in, and then we'll make the run all the way out to the east. If we want, we can go to this two-handed sword. See how that feels. That's a big ol' sword. Very nice. It doesn't mean I'm done with the shield and the mace, though, because they're both pretty good. I'll put them down here.
Hello.
I don't know where we get the recipe for these. Slither skin mackerels. Maybe we get this recipe in Stormwind. I'm gonna hang on to these, because I think we can cook them. This belt was level 11. Let's put that on. Sell the old one. The cloak was level 11. Let's toss that on. Bag of marbles I don't need. The old two-handed sword I don't need. Axe can go. The camping knife can go. The old one-handed sword can go. Okay. I think that's good. We don't need the water.
Have a good one.
You need something? See you around.
Buffalo Bill, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. So far, it has been a lot of fun. It's been a good day. This is just the alt we need to split our time between Outland and some lower level stuff. It's going to be really nice to have this character to play on the streams. I might want to keep my bag of marbles. Nah, I lost my marbles a long time ago. I think I'm good without them. What's my favorite expansion? I used to think it was TBC, but there's certain quality of life things that we just didn't get in TBC that I find that I need. So maybe it's Wrath. I won't know until I play Wrath again. It's Probably TBC or Wrath. You know, some quality of life changes, but still classic. I really miss my automated looking for dungeon finder. Any game could be the perfect version of WoW if it has the automated LFD. That's a big point of contention for me. I'm hoping I'm hoping to really enjoy Wrath this time around. I feel like Wrath Classic, I feel like I didn't play as much as I could have. When they did Wrath Classic the first time around, they opened up a fresh start server. This was back before we had mega servers. It was back when Blizzard still wanted to open up like a ton of different servers for each type. And so for Wrath of the Lich King, they gave us the fresh start server of Maladath. Ooh, boy. Everybody loves a fresh start, right? And so, like so many people, I went and I played on the fresh start server of Maladath. And it was a grand old time. And we got to cap. And, you know, we did some stuff, but then eventually I stopped playing that character for a while. I went off, I did other things. About a month after release, I came back to that character, who was capped, who had done a little bit of raiding, and the server was completely dead. I kid you not, it was the middle of the day, and I was the only person in Dalaran. There was nobody else around. Because what happened was everybody was in for the hype of the fresh start, but when it came right down to it, when they got to max level, they wanted their alts, they wanted their resources from the other servers, they wanted their gold, they wanted their professions. So everybody transferred off of Maladath as soon as they hit max level, and they went back to play on their home servers, which at the time the Big Alliance server was Pagel. Pagel was the Big Alliance server, and Mankrik was the Horde side server. And so yeah, after about a month of this fresh start, I log in one day and the server's empty. And yeah, so that character sat there for a while on a dead server. Eventually they opened up free transfers and I was able to get them off of there, but it was too little too late. The character did not get to do all they could have done. Can I kill Princess like right now? Maybe. Do I need to? No. Maybe I shouldn't bother with it till I have this quest. When will Wrath Anniversary be out? I don't know. If I had to guess, winter? Maybe February of 2027? If I had to just put out a random guess based on the roadmap? I feel like TBC will have run its course by then, and all the content for TBC will be out. And we'll have been in a lull, so yeah, maybe February 2027.
Greetings for the Alliance.
It could be sooner than that. It really depends on how quickly they decide to go through the next few phases of TBC.
Light bless you.
I don't even know how many phases TBC has. We're on phase 2. Phase 2 just came out and people are already asking for phase 3. So it's like people do the content like really fast and they're ready to see the next bit of content because there's not a lot to do. You know, there's not a big robust endgame like modern WoW. So people beat the raids, they see the raids, they want the next set of raids to come out. And they're willing to work through them at a pretty rapid pace. So, you know, they could speed up their timeline based on player demand, so who knows.
Light be with you.
The cool thing they did with Wrath of the Lich King Classic was they started to introduce hard mode 5-man. So we had Alpha, Beta, and Gamma Protocol dungeons. And each one of those was a harder variant of the 5-man runs. So that gave you more to do besides just raid log, you know?
Greetings.
You could have a character, you could just say, well, I'm going to do 5-mans on this character, and I don't have to worry about just logging into raid. I have other stuff I can do to progress my toon. And so that was a really cool thing about Wrath. And I thought they might do that with TBC originally. I thought, you know, how cool would it be to see the hard mode 5-mans in TBC? But they didn't do it. And I guess it doesn't mean they still might not, but they haven't done it, and they haven't talked about doing it, so I don't think they will. And that's kind of a bummer, because having hard mode 5-mans to do is a good thing to do between raids. It can keep people engaged with endgame a little bit more. All right, the wood should be sparkly. Even though it's dark, it shouldn't be too hard to find it. I hope. I don't think we're going to see Classic Plus until 2028. I think we're at least 2 years away from a Classic Plus launch. We might see beta. Sometime in 2027, we might see beta for Classic Plus. Or some kind of testing, some kind of private testing. They'll probably just invite their favorite Classic content creators to test the game, because who needs anybody else's feedback? Oh, see, I should have went and got the other body. That's what I should have done. I think if they time it right, then you would want Classic Plus to be coming out sometime when Wrath Anniversary is winding down. Like whenever all the content's been out for Wrath Anniversary and things are getting into a lull, that's probably when you'd want to plan like your Classic Plus. At least beta by then, if not full release. Should they add Mythic Plus to Classic? No, they should do what I just talked about, which are the harder 5-mans. Mythics are like, you know, that's a timer and all that stuff. We don't, obviously we don't need any of that shit in Classic. But they definitely need to have harder 5-mans. Just like they did with Wrath Classic, just like they did with Cata Classic, just like they did with Mob Classic. Just put the harder 5-mans in, that's all. Call them whatever you want. Heroic, Heroic Plus, Heroic Plus Plus Plus. And then there you go, there's your 5-man progression. But you do it in a way that it's all queuable. You just queue up for it in the LFG. And there's no timers. Just better loot and fun times. You hope we get some moderation put into Classic. Moderation. Like mods? Like actual human beings to moderate the game? Is that what you're talking about? I don't think that's very likely. I don't think we've had actual like in-game moderators for a long time. Yeah, Auto Dungeon Finder. Will Classic Plus launch with the automated Dungeon Finder? Oh boy. It really ought to. It really ought to. Now, will it? I don't know. Whether or not Classic Plus launches with the automated Dungeon Finder will tell us a lot about their design philosophy approaching Classic Plus. We're going to learn a lot of things about their design philosophy by what gets included in Classic Plus right away and what does not. It should be really obvious the direction they're going to go with it right off the bat. Just by looking at what features make it in and which features don't. It helps non-meta classes get some love. Yeah, it helps people do content. It's easy enough to say it simply. It's not for any specific people. The automated LFG helps people do content. That's it. It helps everybody get to do more content. There isn't anybody who is not helped by having an automated LFG. Everybody benefits. Yeah, people will say it's not needed. It's okay. And in fact, it's okay for something to not be needed, but to still be given. That's the easiest argument for that, is you could be absolutely right. It's absolutely not needed. You don't need it. You know, but that's like saying you don't really need all of your fingers. But boy, isn't it nice to have them. Like, yeah, you don't need LFG. Nobody needs it. The game can go on without it. That's not wrong. But having it makes everybody's life better. Both of those things can be true. We don't need it. Having it would make the game better. And it's going to make the game a hell of a lot more approachable for people. For people that are anxious about group content, for people that have never really done group content in a game like this, you know, for people learning the game who aren't necessarily following the meta, it's going to make the environment of the game better for everyone playing it. If they can just, I want to do a dungeon, I'm going to jump in the queue, I'm going to wait 12 to 15 minutes, and I'm going to get to go do the dungeon. I don't have to worry about somebody hand selecting me. I don't have to worry about the fact that, like, I'm a DPS priest and nobody wants to invite me, or I'm a DPS warrior or paladin and nobody... I don't have to worry about any of that social stuff. I just queue up and I wait. And then I get to go have fun and do content. That's ultimately going to be better for anybody playing the game. That's a good point. Everyone already does the content so fast. Yeah. How can anybody complain about being teleported to the dungeon? That's true. I mean, look at how the high-end players play the game. They blow through all the content in a matter of weeks, and then they're sitting there saying, well, when's the next round of content? We need the content. It's like, well, you're already moving at a breakneck pace. Getting grouped automatically and being teleported to the dungeon's only going to speed that along, and you're already wanting to move at a breakneck pace, so why not make it a little bit smoother? Why not benefit some of the people that are just trying to play? You know, people who sit in the queue for an hour and they can't find a group. Automated LFG fixes that. Didn't they used to have it that way? Where you had to find the dungeon entrance to be able to queue for it? Or am I thinking of a different game? For some reason, I have a memory of, like, needing to find the dungeon entrance once before I could do content. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. But that sounds familiar, like having to find the entrance one time. There's no tanks for heroics right now. And tanks want to hard reserve all the loot. I heard that tanks want to be paid to tank heroics. That's what I heard. That they want the group to give them actual gold to tank heroic runs in some cases. If that's not completely broken and against the game's design, I don't know what is. I feel like having to pay a tank gold to tank is much more against the core philosophies of an RPG than being grouped up and sent to a dungeon. Like, on the one hand, it's a little bit immersion breaking to be teleported instantly like that. On the other hand, it's a real social problem when tanks start demanding to be paid for their services.
You need something? Be careful.
It's kind of ludicrous. And so with the automated dungeon finder, Blizzard can pay them. Blizzard should be the one paying tanks to tank. Now, how do they do that? Well, with the automated tool, they can incentivize them with bonus gold. They can incentivize them with like bonus badges in versions of the game where you have like badge loot. And you can just give them straight out loot bags. And so Blizzard should be picking up the tab when it comes to incentivizing tanks to play. Like, players should not have to pay the tank tax. That's something that the game design should take care of. Yeah, and then the problem is, if people can't find groups to do those heroics, they can't get attuned, right? They can't get their raid attunements if they can't find heroic groups. And so if you're trying to pug raids, you first have to pug the heroics. You gotta get gear, but also you have to get attuned. And if there's no tanks, you don't get to do any of that stuff. It does seem like they're fine just to let TBC run its course, though. I don't think they're going to course correct any of these issues during TBC Anniversary. Like, these problems that we're having with tanks, these problems that we're having with people being able to do content or not do content, none of this is going to get looked at or fixed in TBC Anniversary. It really does feel like they're just going to let it run its course. And then, you know, like, maybe some of the issues get taken care of in Wrath. You know, in Wrath there are no attunements. Once we get to the last phase of Wrath, there will be the Dungeon Finder. Like, we have to get to the last phase of Wrath, I think. Or at least it's one of the later phases before we get the LFG, but eventually we get it. And I think that's how they're going to handle it. I don't think they're going to do anything. Yeah, they're coasting until Classic Plus. I don't know if it's that they're coasting. I like to think that they are heads down, putting all of their developmental effort into Classic Plus. I like to think of it like that. Because if you don't think of it like that, then it does seem like they're just coasting, like they're just being lazy. Like, they see these problems, they know the problems are out there, but they're not fixing them. And so you can look at it one of two ways. And I'm trying to look at it from the point of view as like, well, they're probably really heads down. Like, all 5 members on the Classic team have to work on getting Classic Plus built. So maybe it's a matter of like, what do I do with my sprint hours? I don't have many. It's a positive spin. That's all I can do, because otherwise, what are you gonna do? You know, if you can't put a positive spin on it, it's just gonna make you miserable. Now the real problem will be if we see these kinds of issues in Classic Plus, that's where it all falls apart, right? Like, if we go into Classic Plus and we don't have an automated LFG and we don't have more class options for tanks so that more people will play a tank, if we don't have some general changes to make tanking and grouping more enjoyable, then we're going to have the same problems. There's going to be no tanks. It's going to be hard to find groups for content if you're certain specs. And it's all going to keep going on and on. But we have to give them the benefit of the doubt and think that they're going to address some of these things for Classic Plus. And if they do that, then it makes all the suffering right now okay. Now, we suffer now so that later generations can have more fun. Supposedly. Is my herbalism capped? Ooh. It is. Well, that hardly ever happens to me. I wasn't even watching my herbalism because, like, oh, I rarely ever cap it this early. Nice catch. We can get that sorted out pretty soon. In fact, I think I have to get that sorted out pretty soon. I'm not super comfortable with that being capped out. It's not quite like skinning, where you can cap skinning out and that's okay for a little while. Like, herbalism's not really like that. Get that taken care of. Amy, you're picking up some dinner in about 15 minutes. Sounds delicious. Especially since I really haven't eaten anything all day. Oh dear God, what have I done? Let's just line of sight that guy. Dragon's Bane, fancy seeing you here. We got Earth Root up top. I need to go get that, even though we're capped. Okay, so, man, I think we're gonna finish up out here first. We don't have a lot more to do out here. And then the first thing we'll do when we're done is we'll go train herbalism. But I think all we have left, we have to go do the bandanas and then Princess's Collar. And then we'll be good to head back to Goldshire. And we can hearth back. And then we can run right up here to the north and we can train. But I think it makes more sense for now to stay out here and finish up. Can I open this chest without aggroing the entire camp? No. The answer is no. I cannot. Okay. Okay. This is fine. This is gonna be okay. Dragon's Bane, thanks for existing, man. I appreciate it. Is there an herbalism trainer in Lakeshire? I don't know, but we should get the Lakeshire flight point. That's a good call out itself. But I'm not sure. We can go see. Because, yeah, we definitely should, while we're out here, we should most certainly get the flight point. So that's going to help us out a lot later. It is kind of amazing that we're randomly on the same layer. That's a good point. A lot of times when we're playing at the same time, we don't end up on the same layer at all. So that's actually really cool. Inventory space looks like it's getting kind of limited. Maybe we should go vendor our junk. Should be a bowyer, some kind of vendor over this way. Oh, there's trade goods here too. Maybe we can work on a little bit of alchemy. This guy sells trade supplies.
What can I do for you? See you later.
Alright. Let's see what we can do.
Light be with you.
The wolf meat and stuff I don't need. Boar meat I don't need. Tough jerky can go. Leather can go. Alright. That looks better.
Go with honor, friend.
I'm gonna do 2 of these. And then I'll do 2 defense, and then we're gonna do the rest healing pots. It's too bad there's not a mailbox out here. We'll just have to hold on to these stacks for now. We're gonna need these later when we go to do the next rank of healing potion. So like I really don't want to vendor these. Even though they're gonna start filling up the inventory. Alright, let's head out to the farm. We'll get the red linen bandanas and we'll go after Princess. Then we gotta get out of here. We gotta get Herbalism trained up ASAP. In my opinion, alchemy goes really well with the warrior. I like it. I like having all the buff potions. It's like being a witcher, basically.
Need help? Light bless you. Be careful. Go with honor, friend. For the Alliance.
Oh yeah, there's the Rage Potion. Rage Potion we get from a guy in Moonbrook. If I remember correctly. Speaking of food buffs, I have been really bad and I have not been remembering to eat my food buffs. There we go. It's a beefy looking sword. It's a really, really thick sword. And when it comes to swords in a video game, size does matter. It all matters. That's the one disappointing thing about playing a Blood Elf Paladin. Is that they make the weapons on Blood Elves very dinky. Like, very unimpressive. And it's the one thing about Blood Elves I don't like. They need to wield swords that are as big as this. Yeah, today's all about the warrior. During the week, I'm gonna bounce back and forth. Like, during the week, I'm gonna do a few hours on the hunter and a few hours on the warrior. If I play on a weekend day, I'm just gonna do whatever I feel like. And today was definitely all about getting the warrior going. If I play tomorrow, then tomorrow might also be all about the warrior. The hunter might be spending the weekend collecting a big old chunk of rested XP. And then we'll get back to the hunter with a fresh mindset on Monday. The mindset of take your time. Treat the zones as a real zone and take your time in them. And don't try to rush through it. because we're not rushing towards anything. So that's the plan. Get the warrior going, split our time during the week. Then ... success. Happiness and joy. Rested XP is one of the underrated perks of leveling multiple characters. Yeah, definitely. I agree. I think, like, especially when one character starts to get into the higher level brackets, when that rested XP becomes very valuable, it's definitely worth it to have an alt going. If you have time. If you have time and ambition and motivation, it's always worth it to have multiple characters going. They haven't dropped a single bandana yet. Oh my god, so rude. What's the add-on to make my minimap buttons combine? That is the minimap button. Pretty sure that's what it's called, and I'm pretty sure you need both the buttons. Minimap button. Let's see. Why don't I see it? Yeah, minimap button, all one word. Best add-on name ever. Exactly. The cool thing is it changes color based on your class. So right now it's warrior brown, but like whatever class you are, it'll change this to the class color. Which I thought was just a really cool touch the first time I noticed it. You didn't know it changed colors? Oh yeah. Yep, it'll change to the class color, whatever class you are. I don't remember what character it was that I finally noticed it. They did nerf Princess for TBC. I realized she only has one ad with her. And she definitely used to have 2 ads, and I don't think the ads charge you anymore. Remember how they used to charge you and stun you? I don't think they do that at all. Princess got a hard nerf. You just don't understand the point of going slow? Oh, that's okay. Yeah, it is just different mindsets, different gameplay styles. There's really nothing to understand. Yeah, because you can't understand your way into enjoying a thing a certain way, if that makes sense. You can't understand your way into appreciation. You know, you can understand it from someone else's point of view. You can understand, well, Robert likes to play slow. Robert likes to take his time. But having that understanding isn't going to help you understand what that feels like. You're never going to learn your way into that kind of thing. Because it is just a mindset. And when I was younger, I had a different mindset. When I was playing WoW in my 20s, it wasn't to take my time. When I was playing WoW in my 20s, it was to play with my friend and to play with our guild. And that involved raiding. Which involved, when you were leveling up a character, you really wanted to get the character leveled up quickly. Because you were looking forward to raiding with your friends. But I'm not 22 anymore, I'm 42. I don't have any friends, and so now I just appreciate things differently. But yeah, there's no way to make anybody understand, and you don't have to bother. The great thing is you just enjoy the game how you enjoy it, and it doesn't matter how anybody else enjoys it. I mean, I feel like she would make a good hunter. I like how they hold the crossbow. Crossbow animation better than the Blood Elves. I can say that. And even the crossbow is bigger. You know how I was complaining yesterday on the hunter, like how the rifle on the hunter looks like a kid's toy? I wonder if it only looks that way because of how the sizing is scaled. I wonder if I were holding hunter weapons on a different race that wasn't a Blood Elf, if they would not look like toys. If they would actually look like weapons. Because this is huge. That's a huge freaking crossbow. It looks like a crossbow. It doesn't look like a dinky little Nerf blaster, you know? And I wonder if that's what's wrong with a lot of the guns on the Blood Elf, why they don't look cool, is because everything gets shrunk down so much. And it even happens to the ranged weapons. It's probably what it is. I bet all of those weapons would look cooler if they were bigger. If like a dwarf were holding them, or a night elf or something like that. Yeah, the sideways shooting with the bow. Yeah, as someone who enjoys shooting like recurve bows and stuff, I don't appreciate how they hold the bow. I don't think it's right either. I try not to focus on it too much. But I don't really like the gangster tilt to the bow and the crossbow that the Blood Elves do. I feel like the elves, like, thinking about their history as rangers, they really should have had the best bow animations in the game. Because they have such a long, like, storied history of being rangers and stuff. But then you play one and they hold the bow all funky. They hold the bow like you just hand the bow to, like, a kid. And you're like, here, shoot this bow. And, like, that's how someone might hold the bow when they first pick it up. And then you have to say, no, hold it up here. No, draw it back to your ear. You know, you have to give all these instructions. But, like, the Blood Elf holds the bow the way that someone might if you just handed it to them and they never had any prior experience with it. They just pick it up and they're like, ah, I will shoot. I will shoot. It's like, that's not... I mean, you can make the arrow go like that. The arrow will go sometimes like that. But that's not really the way you want to do it. It's like they've had no lessons, you know? The female Night Elf bow animation is one of the best in the game. I mean... I'm not gonna say that I don't have a level 1 Night Elf Hunter created and sitting on my character select screen. Because I do. I feel like one day we are gonna have an Alliance Hunter. I don't know when it will happen. But one day we will have an Alliance Hunter. And it will probably be a Night Elf. There's a chance it could be a Dwarf, but it'll probably be a Night Elf. Because they draw the bow properly, right? They hold it upright, they draw the string back to their cheek, and then they release. Female troll is the best on the Horde side, Night Elf is best on the Alliance side. I don't think I've ever seen a female troll hunter like hold a bow. The male troll hunter bow shooting is actually pretty cool. It's also a weird side shot, but the way the male hunter does it on the troll, something about it works. Like something about their overall posture. When I see a male troll hunter fire a bow, it looks right. It works for them. But I don't think I've ever seen a female troll hunter.
Need help? Light bless you.
Alright, let's go to Red Ridge. Before I completely forget and hearth myself back to Goldshire, I do want to run out to Red Ridge and grab the flight point. We can see if there's an herbalist trainer there, because we have been capped out on our herbalism for a little bit. And then we'll hearth back to Goldshire. Oh my god, I have a talent point. Which means we also have to learn level 12 stuff. What are we getting at level 12? Battle Shout rank 2, Overpower, and Shield Bash. That is a very nice level. I'm gonna grab his quest now. Because I don't know when we're gonna walk by him again. We're probably not gonna walk by him again anytime soon. So we'll just grab that now. Yeah, the interrupt's going to be nice. We'll just have to keep in mind, if we're fighting in an area where we're going to want to interrupt, we have to make sure we have a one-hander and a shield. Otherwise, completely useless, right? We just have to be cognizant of what we're fighting.
King's honor, friend. Be careful. Light bless you.
Can I help you?
Alright, there's the flight point. Let's go check for an herbalist. And then we might be able to pick up a quest from the mayor. Or not. Free lunch, dry times. I guess the mayor isn't ready to give us his, like, run around to the different leaders quest yet. Oh wait, maybe he is. What would have been really nice is if we can get this guy's quest, because he wants us to go pick up something in Goldshire, and it would be really convenient if he had that ready for us now, but he doesn't. Oh, the mayor's not available yet either. There's no quest from the mayor. There is an herbalist. So we will run up here and we will train herbalism really quick. And then we got a hearth out.
Well met. Safe travels.
All right, guys, my dinner is ready. Dinner is here. It is dinner time. I am very hungry. I've had a blast today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me and letting me play yet another warrior. Definitely one of my favorite classes. This has been really good. We're going to be back. I think I'll be back on tomorrow, at least for a little while. And I think we're going to pick up right here on this character. And then on Monday, we'll start going back to the Hunter, and we'll split our time during the week between the Hunter and the Warrior. And that is the plan. Thank you guys again for all the support. As always, take care of yourselves out there in the real world and take care of each other. And we will see you back here in Azeroth again very soon. Bye for now.